សូមអញ្ជើញអង្គុយចុះ
The President, please be seated. The court is now in session. In regard to the facts concerning the establishment of S21 and the former psychiatric hospital in Duch. The greffier, could you please verify the attendance of the parties to the proceedings? The greffier. Your Honor, the President, all parties are present. Thank you. The President, the security officials of the detention facility, please bring the accused to the dock. The President, yesterday it was civil party lawyers group 4's turn to put questions to the accused, and the lawyer still had few more questions, and the questions were interrupted by the adjournment. So now civil party lawyers group 4 can still proceed putting the remaining questions to the accused concerning the facts at issue. The floor is yours, Mr. Lawyer. Mr. Hong Kum Soon. Thank you, Mr. President. Your Honors, I would like to put more questions to the accused concerning the establishment of S21 and the Cambodia prison. Yesterday, I asked questions concerning the diagram, and today, as already confirmed by Judge Lavange, it concerned the diagram, and now the question is that regarding the detention cells at S21, as you mentioned yesterday, the accused, you said the orders were made by you directly to Hall to build a small individual cell. Did you order your colleagues, Comrade Hall, to build the individual cell based on your own initiative or from the order of your superior? The accused. I already stated several occasions about these, but I may have to repeat to clarify the position. I did not ask for orders from the superior, because in the framework of S21 to manage their own work, I order Ho to create such an individual cell, because Ho was informed and was aware of such individual cells left over from the French period taken from the PJ prison. Mr. Hong Kum Soon, thank you. You said you never visited the buildings in which the individual cells were built. After those individual cells were created, who made the decision to place those individuals, prisoners in those individual cells?
The accused. I would like to inform the Chamber and Mr. President and Mr. Kum Suon. These are two separate issues. One is the order to build those cells. It was my order. As in the power as the chairman of S21. And about the ordinary prisoners to be detained in those individual cells or in the room, that was the responsibility of Comrade Ho. That's what he did routinely, and he was responsible before me as the chairman and before the party in order to prevent the prisoners from talking to each other, or when they were interrogated together. So that was the sole responsibility of his. And he had to be responsible before me and before the party. Thank you, says the lawyer. My third question. In general, during the Democratic Cambodia regimes, as in the other institutions, there used to be the principle of competition. So, in the S21 office, were there any measures as the initiative as the chairman of S21 to promote the competition of the good qualification of good work quality in each unit or section? The accused. Your Honor, Mr. President, the competition in the Democratic Cambodia regime existed. So, what did they compete against? They competed against the movement, as you can see in the documents of those interrogators. That is 3 tons per hectare. And for the interrogators, they had to get clear confessions. So that is, they had to compete against the movement, to compare themselves. For example, for self-building, also had to compete against the movement. Thank you, says the lawyer. In my fourth question, it relates to the consistency or similarity between M13 and the establishment of principle at S21, the self-criticism meetings. At what level of the cadres or the superiors hold the self-criticism meetings together with you, the accused? This matter is a rule stated clearly in the party's statute, so I do not want to talk in details. As a chairman of the S21 committee, the fortnightly meeting or the self-criticism meeting was held among the three of us, i.e. myself, Comrade Ho, and Comrade Hui. So this is the principle that we had to implement. However, because of the workload and because of our trust amongst each other, so we really hate that meeting. If I made a mistake, then they would tell me. If they made a mistake, then I would tell them. So that was our routine operation. As for the self-criticism for the entire unit, there would be my opinion during the assembly meeting. That is, would be for the entire S21 office. I still remember one assembly which was held on the 27th of April 1977, where my superior Son Saint also attended. That was the time that I had to pledge myself to be criticized by the members in the unit. I would like to emphasize that the reason I remember this date clearly, because it was the birthday of my child. Brother Momnai did not attend because he had to take his wife to the hospitals. So the members within the unit had the right to criticize me at the time. Thank you, says the lawyer. As you already informed the chamber regarding joining or becoming a full rights member, when you were imprisoned in 1968, you said the person who introduced you to the party was Comrade Ho. Am I correct on this point? The accused. Comrade Ho, when I was in prison, we were in prison at the same time. At that time, he was still in the Youth League, and I was a candidate member. And when I was at the PJ prisons, the person who introduced me was So Sien, the member of the standing committee. He was the cadre who introduced me to become a full rights member. Thank you, says the lawyer. As you already informed the bench of the judges, regarding the working or the implementation of the CPK policies, and in your role as the chairman of the S21 office, which was similar to the M13 office, you already informed the chamber if an order or a direction was issued from the upper echelon, you would not object, you had to follow, otherwise you would be beheaded. So with the direction from Son Sen and Nun Chia, at the time when you were the chairman of the S21 office, these two people, which one had more influence on you? The accused. As a leading cadre, their orders we had to abide, and that is the fact. However, these two individuals had their own specific characteristics. Son Sen has different characteristics, and Uncle Noon has different characteristics. As for Son Sen, when he told us, then we could express our opinions to give him reasons to discuss with him. And if our opinions were contradictory to his, he would take up his class, and then he would think, and then he would make judgment on the reasons, and then he would give the decision. For example, you had to follow this way or that way in order for the benefit of the party or the revolution. So with Son Sen, I was clear in implementing his orders than the orders from Nuon Chea. Thank you, says the lawyer. So, in relation to the orders from the superior, and as you have two superiors, that is Son Sen and Nuon Chea, earlier you informed the chamber of Nuon Chea's order regarding the relocation to the Copthrow area. And you objected to it, or you explained to Nuon Chea that because at Cheung Ai nobody looked after that location because of the huge burial site. Am I correct on this point? The accused. Before I answer the question, I would like to state the facts on the matter clearly. I was not under the direct orders of these two superiors at the same time. When Son Sen went to the battlefield, then Uncle Nuon, who was his superior, would come to meet me. That was from the 15th of August, 77. So that is the fact. Secondly, the principle of constructing the S21 office at Copthrow, it was the principle of the party decided by Pol Pot, as I have reported. I dare to say that because the 15th of August 75, when I went with Nat to receive the presentation on the establishment of S21, Son Sen, my superior, said that your location was at Copthrow, Comrade. But because Comrade John, his messenger, who was stationed at the railway station, was too busy, he couldn't let us go there. So for the matter of urgency, he asked me to collect the books. So the Copthrow location was the actual principle of the party. And finally, probably it was in November 78, Uncle Nuon said again, Comrade, your location as indicated by the party was at Copthrow. And I responded, yes, I realized that, brother. I called him brother at the time. But the issue is that we could not leave Cheung Ai. I wanted to remain at Cheung Ai because there were a lot of bodies there. If we left Cheung Ai and people go there and dig those bodies, that would not be a good thing. He did not make a decision immediately, but later on, he told me that the party decided that you can have the location at Cheung Ai. Thank you, says the lawyer. I have another question. You told the chamber about a saying, and I would like you to explain that saying. For example, the word berger or dog, or the other saying, open the crab to show its shit. In general, in order for the chamber to easily understand it, what does it actually mean between you and the party and between you and your superior? The accused. I think for the Khmer people, it's easy to understand. And probably it's not that difficult for the French or the English. For example, the word berger or dog, when you are sincere to them, they regard you as an instrument of their service. Or in the Khmer, in the party, it would say the cleaned instrument of the party. Every step we took, we did not betray the party. If the party pointed us to the left, we go to the left. or the right, we go to the right. And for the Khmer people to understand, I use the word berger or dog. That is number one. And the second one is about open the crabs to show its shit. That is, we revealed whatever inside which was not necessary. For example, when you open up the crab, then you see the shit and the crab already is already dead. So we don't want to talk about whatever that would have us killed immediately. For instance, if I say, I will not do the police work because the police work of the Khmer rules is criminal. No, I would not dare to say that. So we have to find a means. And as I reported already, in order to say it in a different way. That is, for example, all the confessions were untrue when there was mass arrest from the north. And I told Son Sen, the names were unlikely. And then he said, Comrade Duch, the confession of Kuhn, you had to look. So it means he did not believe that confession already. But then he himself had to believe the confessions. So to sum up, it means when you open the crabs to show its shit, it means we do not want to say anything about the party, or we would be beheaded. So this is a general term used in the Khmer context. Thank you, says the lawyer. You already stated to the chamber that before you took your position at S21, you received a training as asked by the judge, and that you did not write your biography about your uncle whose wife was the nephew of Lon Nol. But you informed about this to some senior brothers. And can you tell the chamber who were those senior brothers, the accused? Thank you, Kam Soon, for this. The first brother was Chai Kim Hu, alias Hock. He was not with me at the time. I recall on this Chai Kim Hu, alias Hock, because when he was imprisoned, he gave me some examples. Even before I was imprisoned, he said that when he was in prison, his wife went around to look for people to bribe, and he threatened his wife. Even if she bribes somebody, he would not step out of the prison. So he showed me his absolute stance with the party. But when I was imprisoned, I was close to Brother Tep Sien or Saw Sien, the member of the standing committee. So talking about my mother, correct? I told Brother Sien that my mother communicated with her relatives who was the nephew of Lon Nol. At that time, he was not yet the head of state. And I called him Tanol at the time. I did not call him General or His Excellency yet. So I was asked to write a brief, a petition, and to have a nice rice and some food in order to give to Lon Nol. And it's going to be prepared by my aunt. And then I told Brother Sien about all this, and that I replied to my mother that I tried to explain to him. So the brother that I remember that I told about this story was him. At that time, it was Brother Sien. And later on, when I met Brother Hock at a later stage, I informed him. I did not inform Von Wet or Son Sen about this matter at all. So when I talk about the senior brothers, it was about these two, Chai Kim Ho alias Hock and Saw Sien alias Tep Sien. My last question, says the lawyer, Chai Kim Ho alias Hock, the person whom you told about your biography. He was your associate or colleague who worked at S21. And then you said he managed the daily operation. Is this correct? The accused, probably you do not remember all the names. Brother Chai Kum Hua was at the energy, and I wanted to have him to become the chairman of S21 when Nat left. After the party removed Nat from S21, I did not want to be a chairman, and I requested my superior, Sun Sen, for Brother Kum Ho, alias Hox, to become the chairman. And at that time, I didn't know about the party's assignment of him as the head of the energy section. But then, at the time, my superior threatened me. Sun Sen threatened me. Duch, what is it? What is it about the S21? After he talked about that, I dare not to say anything. So Chai Kum Ho, alias Hock, was a former cadre who educated me from an early stage. The lawyer, is this correct? The Comrade Ho and Chai Kum Ho, is it the same person? The accused, I think you are mistaken. Comrade Ho, my deputy, his original name was Kim Kum Wak, alias Ho. And Chai Kum Ho, alias Hock, was a different person. Thank you, Mr. President. I finished my question.
The President, next. It's time the Defense Counsel to put questions to the accused concerning the facts of S21 and the Takmau prison. If you would wish to do so, the floor is yours. Mr. Kasawut. Thank you, Mr. President. The Defense Counsel do not have any questions to ask the accused at the moment. Thank you. The President. Judges of the trial chamber, would you wish to put any further questions to the accused? If you would wish to do so, the floor is yours. The President, Judge Jean-Marc, you take the floor.
Judge Lavergne, the decision in relation to the last question of the civil party lawyer concerning Chai Kum Kur and Por, you explained that these were not the same people, and you were asked if Chai Kum Kur came to S21, but he came to S21, but in which conditions? Under which conditions?
The accused. Your Honor, Chai Kum Ho, alias Hock, was the Secretary of the Energy Ministry in charge of gasoline and distribution of fuel. Finally, there was an implication in the confessions, and Superior arrested him and brought him in late of 1978. Chai Kum Ho, alias Hock, was arrested. This is the individual I told Judge Marcel Lemond that I requested to the Superior to have them released along with another person, Mr. Nha. At the beginning, the decision to release was attempting, but later on I was warned and threatened not to release him. And later on he died at S21, and his photo still remains, and that he was smashed there. The President, the proceedings concerning the establishment of S21 and the Khmer prison come to an end. Next, the Chamber would like to inform all parties that the Chamber is going to conduct the proceedings concerning the policy of the CPK regarding at S21. Mr. Kaing Guek Eav, we now proceed to another fact, the third.
The President, please be seated. The Chamber is now back in session. I would give the floor to Judge Lavange to continue his questioning to the accused. The floor is yours, Judge Lavange.
Judge Lavange, just to provide some clarification, what I am trying to elicit in putting questions to you on the Constitution is whether what appears in this document corresponds to your convictions at the time, whether this was the objective that drove you, and perhaps later we will examine whether this matched what you did. So I read the preamble. I thought that this appeared to be the program for an ideal society. You said it was a facade. But is this something that today comes to you, or were you at that time convinced that it was possible to achieve an ideal society?
The accused, Your Honor. Before I respond correctly to your question, I would like to emphasize on the religion. It's in chapter 15, article 20. The chapter and the article that I described earlier were incorrect. Your Honors, now we talk about the objective of building a society that is idealistic if one can be built. An idealistic society is in a series called Historical Materialism. In it, it states the society developed from the slavery society into a capitalist society, a feudalist society. Please, the translator, don't go too fast. In the beginning, it was the collective society. And from the primitive collective society existed the slavery society. So it developed into a slavery society. And from the slavery society, it developed into a feudalist society. And then from the feudalist society, it developed into a capitalist society. And then it became a socialist society. And from the socialist society, it developed into a communist society. We, the persons who studied the theory, believed on this particular matter. And we started to appreciate this theory when I was studying at the elementary level of mathematics class. When I studied at the elementary mathematics class, at that time, the geographic teacher, Mr. Kulang, corrects the interpreter. Mr. Gulang presented that in the socialist society, the product, in relation to the production, is based on a slogan that from an individual's effort, and it returns to that individual based on the outcome. I would like to speak into French to the Judge, to Your Honor. And then I would say the last phrase into French.
To each according to his abilities and from each according to his needs. Or from each according to his abilities and to each according to his needs.
So from one person's ability, and in return it depends on the demand of that individual. This means in the French,
from each according to his abilities and to each according to his needs.
I really liked this theory. So after I studied a secret document, the Malinist theory, it shows that the development of the society follows that trend, and I believed in it. And after 17 April, I saw the assistance from the interpreter after the 17 April, when I saw the evacuation of the people and the mass killing of the people, I really felt regretful for it. That was the time a slogan was established: the great movement, the great leap forward, the great movement, and the great masses. So in the Khmer, it says the great movement, the great leap forward, the great masses. I apologize. So let us keep it that way. Some people had a tendency to understand this slogan refers to the building of the economic of the country in a great leap forward fashion. The analyst would say the great leap forward of the economy was explained by Khieu Samphan, the state president. And I myself, I saw the light in those lines. I saw the lie in those lines. It means the words of Brother Ham was a lie. I saw the explanation of Khieu Samphan was a lie. In fact, what is the great leap forward? Pol Pot evacuated all the people from Phnom Penh city, smashed the former regime officials, smashed the capitalists, smashed the intellectuals. So what was remained? Only the peasant worker class remained. I would like to correct the translator. So only the peasant worker class existed, and they were in a collectivity. That means collective workers and collective peasants. They had their team, grouped, companies, battalions, and they had their livelihood meetings, and they had their leadership. Now let me return to the question of Your Honor, and I would like to answer it to the point. Was I happy with the idealistic society created by Pol Pot? I would say that it was horrible because a lot of human lives lost, and in the end only two classes exist or remained. Now to conclude, if I look back into that society, what type of society it was? When I looked back, some Western analysts say that Pol Pot was a student of Mao Zedong. He was a follower of Mao Zedong. I would like to emphasize that it's Pol Potist, not Maoist. Pol Pot was a step to extend further of the four people of the Great Revolution of China. These four men grouped have one step forward, but Pol Pot had 10 steps forward. The four-man group, or the group of four. This group of four was in the Great Revolution of the Chinese history. It was a cultural revolution. I would like to emphasize that Pol Pot's theory was even crueler than the theory of this group of four. This is what I see when I look back. Talking about the time when I saw things at the time, it was speechless. Lots of people's lives were lost. I was shocked, but I couldn't say anything. It was beyond my speech. People started to disappear, even my superiors. And at that time, I did not even realize that half of my relatives or families were gone, were lost. I would like to emphasize that why I did not escape if I saw these terrible things. Where could I run to? To the west, to Thailand? Could I escape? No, I could not. If I ran to the east, I would confront the Vietnam. Could I escape? No, I would not. Even if they had conflicts, but whether they would trust me? I apologize that I had a long speech. To sum up, the idealistic society that I want is not the society idealistic to Pol Pot after the 1917 April. After the 17th April of 75, corrects the interpreter. The idealistic society that I truly want is a society that is based on the slogans that I just mentioned earlier. That is, from an individual based on their capacity, and the output returned to them based on the outcome of that individual. So I would just like to say it in Khmer. The society that I want is just a socialist society. It means it is based on an individual capacity and the return to that individual based on the outcome. This is my explanation, Your Honor.
Judge Lavergne, you have given us your analysis, and you said that you did so with hindsight. I want to return to the time when you were in charge of the responsibilities that have brought us here, and when you were charged with implementing the policy of the CPK.
The accused. When I was appointed as the chairman of S21, the political view, as I already mentioned earlier, but my duties have fallen into the crimes against humanity by way of killing. People were killed internally within the party itself. At the beginning, I started to have some fear and sympathy toward them. However, I could not escape and I was compelled to go on. I started to feel extremely shocked on the 31st of January. (1977) when Son Sen arrested the forces from the cadres of the North Zone en masse. The North Zone. At that time, I was very shocked, and I thought to myself, and I thought that people who dedicated their lives for the nation and their people now ended up in being imprisoned in the names of people who betrayed the party. Having noted that, I was so shocked. I was rather coward. That I did not contest, but went on carrying their orders, and sometimes even exercised my capacity and my knowledge. Response. S21 was organized by the Central or the Standing Committee according to the Article 8, because that article states that S21 was organized by the Standing Committee, and on the 15th of August 1975, this date is an evidence to prove that organization. However, S21 was not the military or political organization of the CPK at the central level. I mean it's not at the level of central committee because the military and the political organization at the central level included the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Secretariat of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So the general staff was at the level of the central level, and people who led that ministry were the member of the central committee. So since we were not part of the political or military organization at the level of the central, we were only the committee at the branch level as ordered by the standing committee, which was being responsible directly, and Son Sen paid a visit directly to S21. So this is the difference. Son Sen was the chairman, and Son Sen ordered directly to me. And this is how the appointment was differentiated, and I hope my answer is clear.
Judge Laverne, on this point, could you tell us if you know whether this special link with the Central Committee also existed for other security centers? Or was this link peculiar to S21?
Response. S21 worked under the order of Son Sen, the seventh individual of the party. As for the other police in the southwest zone belong to Tamok, they were under the order or supervision the direct order from Tamok. Tamok was the fourth individual of the CPK. As for the police of the East, they were under the supervision and order of Sao Phum, alias Yan. So Sao Yan was the third individual of the CPK. As for the other police of other zones, including the police of the West zone, they were under the supervision of Brother C. Chu Chet. His original name was Chu Chet. He was the full-time member of the Central Committee. As for the other police of the Northwest, the Central, the Northeast, they were under the direct supervision of the secretary of each respective zone. The police of the special zone, like Kampong Saum zone, or sector. They were under the immediate supervision of Pol Pot. So all the police were under the 4 groups of people. So the police of S21 are not peculiar to any other police, and they did not play any top roles.
Judge Laverne, so what you are telling us here is that each security center was in fact supervised or directed, you could say, by a member from the standing committee. What I'd like to know is, was there a hierarchy among the security centers? And did S21 have a specific role in the organization of the security centers?
The accused, thank you for your question. I am willing to present this to the court, and I have been willing to present this to the court long ago. I would like to emphasize that the police office of each zone was under the direct supervision of each respective zone and the secretary. Under the immediate supervision of the secretary of respective zone. And each police office could not communicate directly to one another or with one another. S21 did not have the right to communicate the police office of the East Zone directly. The document I already presented to you during the early days will be used as the proof for this statement. First, I wrote and signed on the document and sent to my superior. This document was the confession of Long Moi alias Chuan. When my superior read it already, then he wrote and sent it to Pol Pot for decision. After Pol Pot made the decision, then Son Sen organized the letter to be sent to the east. In that document, I already requested Your Honor's leave to have it projected on the projector already. It is the reason to prove that S21 had no right to contact the police office in the East Zone. So we were independent. I, under the supervision of Son Sen, they were under the supervision of Sao Pum. And the communication had to be conducted through the party communication from top to down to the bottom. Because of this, I want to clarify that S21 is not a political military organization at the central level. It is just a Son-Tebal organization under the supervision of the Central Committee as the other security officers. Police of the East Zone, controlled or supervised by the Central Committee, the police of the Southwest were also supervised by the Central Committee. All police were supervised by respective zone. So in conclusion, I can say that S21 was not the military political organization with the level of Central Committee, but it was a security office under the supervision of the Central Committee.
Judge Lavergne, was S21, contrarily to other security centers, was it the only security center to take in people coming from the standing committee or from other leading organs in the party when these bodies were purged? Did this situation occur in other security centers, or was this a specificity of S21? In the same way, were the other security centers, were they prepared to receive prisoners coming from zones outside of zones from outside of its range of influence? Was S21 prepared to receive prisoners from all over Cambodia?
Response. S21 was the tool or instrument of the Standing Committee. Number two, it located in Phnom Penh. The location of S21 compared to the location of the Standing Committee office is no further than 5 kilometers. The telephone communication was hooked at all time. By this fact that the Standing Committee of the Central Committee people were to be arrested and sent to be detained at S21. in order that we were easily advised, managed, ordered, according to the principle as stipulated in Article 8. Number 2, for people who were collected from other zones, it was not the chairman of S21 who made the decision to or request to collect them, to arrest them. Or that S21 had the right to claim that people in other detention or the security offices to be brought to S21. It was not the case. So S21 had received prisoners from other zones. It's true. Because the power of the standing committee was so wide that it covered the whole country. So, prisoners who were from the other zones were collected and sent to S21 for their own purpose. So people, for example, the members of the standing committee who were arrested, they were not arrested by S21. Our decision was not made by S21. And number 2, when people were sent to S21, S21 itself did not make any request to have them brought in. So to sum up, the specificity of S21 was stemming from the fact that the standing committee was the top organ that supervised the whole country. So the things or the assignments to be carried out by S21 were rather unique from the other because it had been ordered directly from the top. Other police officers supervised by the committee of each respective zone, no one had the authority to order or cross order to one another, otherwise we would be beheaded. So there is no hierarchy of all security centers all across the country. There was no police office who had the right to order other police office at all. That's my explanation concerning my response to your honors.
Judge Laverne, we have understood indeed clearly that there was no direct communication between the security centers. We understood that all of the security centers were under the supervision of the Standing Committee. But if I have understood correctly, there was, however, a specificity linked to the geographical proximity between S21 and the Standing Committee. And this geographical proximity, did it develop a specific role that did not exist in other security centers? I simply would like you to tell me if you know, let's say, if we refer to the security centers in the Eastern Zone, if they took in prisoners coming from the north or from the south or from elsewhere, or was this specificity only proper to S21 due to this geographic proximity to the Standing Committee?
The accused. Talking about the specificity, as you mentioned, when you refer to S21, S21 itself had a unique nature because it was located close to the Standing Committee, the Central Committee. And it was regarded as the exclusive tool to be used by the Standing Committee of the Central Committee. That the committee itself could have the power to bring in all kinds of prisoners from across the country to S21. So it was the authority of the Standing Committee, but it was not the authority of S21 to do so.
Judge Lavergne. Okay, so we're going to continue with the reading with the following paragraphs. So, the greffier, could you please proceed?
The President, we know that it is now time to break for today's session, and we observe that there are still several other paragraphs to be read out. Although we attempt to read today, we will not finish reading them by the end of the day. So that's why we would like to adjourn the session and resume on the morning of 18th of April. excuse me, correction, of May at 9 a.m. At the same time, parties are also informed now that you will be given, you already been distributed the scheduling order concerning the hearing sessions to be conducted from the 18th of May to the 25th. The security personnel are instructed to take the accused back to the detention facility and bring him in on the 18th of May before 9 a.m. Parties are also invited to attend the hearing as scheduled.
The CIA, that is Liu Sosawantha, an electrical engineer, was arrested from Sa Toad, and he asked me about the progress of his confession. And I thought that is the type of the daily operation. And on the principle of the enemy who was arrested and would not be released, I believed both Nat and I, and even if my superior, understood this principle clearly, and nobody dared to violate that principle. Separately, at the time, there was one violation of the principles committed by Nat. He arrested combatants from his former units unilaterally, and that was a violation of the principle. And on that matter, I would like the President, whether you want me to report on this particular point, or I can speak on this particular point at a later stage. Mr. President, now we are dealing with the operation, with only the implementation of the policy, and we will deal later with the operations of the S-21. So we only focus now on the major grounds for the implementation of the policy at S-21. Another point that we want to raise, the Chamber doesn't have any official document, but at the request of the co-investigating charges to France, but there was no reply officially. You sent a letter through a victim of M13, that is Mr. François Bizot, to the French embassy, and the content of the letter is the implementation of the party's policy in smashing the 7 traitors during the Lunar regime and other people who did not join the revolution. So the question is, can you recall the content of the letter that was sent through François Bizot to the French embassy? And the second question is whether the policy of smashing subsequently after the 17th April 75 is consistent with the content of the letter that was sent from M13 to the French embassy. The accused. Mr. President, I would like to report as the following. 1. about the political program of the Cambodia Reconciliation Front. The policy of this National Reconciliation Front is an open document, internally and externally, that is inside the country and overseas. So it was about to strive to collect the forces without thinking of any political tendencies before the coup on the 18th of March 1970. And there was one section describing about self-independence, self-reliance, that is the Communist Party of Cambodia. The Cambodia Revolution did not rely on the Vietnamese Communist Party. But at that time, we did not even dare to mention that name. The word they used was self-independence stance, self-reliance stance. So these stances were towards the Vietnamese Communist Party. That is, we did not want their leadership. So to sum up, the document of this National Reconciliation Front is an open document, both overseas and domestic, and it did not talk about the purchase or the smash. It only talks about collecting the forces. So it is open and extensive. So it is more extensive than the strategic planning of collecting forces, which I learned through my training at a later stage. If we look at the date, I think it was from the 23rd of March, then the Cambodia National Reconciliation Front was announced to be formed. It was established by some intellectuals, also some of those who were from Beijing. So it was not a pure document on the Communist Party of Cambodia. After the a little bit after the 23rd of March, that document was released, and the document on the 7 super traitors, I do not recall many of them. I only recall the name Sisawat Serimata, Lunnon, for instance. I don't recall the rest. It was an announcement during the time of the final attack. So the phase of the final attack started the 1st of January 75. Therefore, that announcement was towards the 17th April 75. So the announcement of these 7 traitors and the date of the document was different. And if you compare these 2 documents, it was different. And the writing was not based on the previous document. The writing did not base on the political program of the National Reconciliation Front in order to analyze and to conclude the policy of the Communist Party of Cambodia. This is my response to you, Mr. President.
The President, do you still remember that during the previous hearings there were a debate regarding the content in the testimony of Mr. François Bizot concerning the document you sent through him to the French embassy, and the embassy asked him to translate that document. Do you know what is the document about? Response: it was not my personal letter, it was the document of the National United Front of Cambodia. It was the policy of the National United Front of Cambodia, and that document is a public document to support the collections of forces to support the resistance against the Americans. So it was not my personal letter. It's the document of the National United Front of Cambodia and some propaganda photos, including Hunim Huyun's picture, but there was no picture of Brother Ham or Khieu Samphan, so far as I recall. The President. Judges of the trial chamber, would you wish to put questions to the accused concerning the facts at issue? So the floor is yours, if you would wish to do so. The President, Judge Lavenge, you take the floor.
Alors, tout d'abord,
The interpreter is sorry, but she cannot hear George Laverne.
Sans. Est-ce que ça fonctionne?
It is all right now, the interpreter says.
On m'entend?
Yes, the English booth can hear George Laverne. George Laverne, I was saying that this morning much has been said about the document presented as a decision or directive of the Kampuchea Communist Party on the 30th of March 1976. You mentioned this document this morning. I indicate that this document exists in the three official versions. You started providing the ERN references. This is document 00003136 to 3142. The English version is 00182809 to 00182814. For the French version, the numbers are 00224363 to 00224367. Judge Lavenge continues. I have a number of questions. I do not know whether it would be appropriate to take a break now, or would you wish me, Mr. President, to continue to put questions?
The President, you may proceed with questionings, and we will have a break after a few questions.
Alors,
Judge Laverne, I would like us, before we deal with questions concerning the implementation of the Communist Party or Kampuchea, I would like us to talk about the overall ideological context. First, for this purpose, I would like us to refer to the Constitution of Democratic Kampuchea. This is a document that is in the case file, but only in two versions. For the Khmer version, the ERN is 000-89841 to 000-89852. The For the English, the ERN is 0018 4833 to 0018 4839. So there is no French version in the case file. However, there is a book called Les Constitutions du Cambodge, 1953 to 1993, texts that were gathered and presented by Raoul Marc Jenard. That is a translation of the Constitution, is provided in pages 65 to 72 of the book I have just referred to. So if there is no objection from the parties, I suggest that they be provided with a French version of this document.
The floor is yours, says the President to the co-prosecutor.
Mr. President, Your Honour, we have a French version which we understand to be in the case file, and we can give the ERN number to Judge Lavergne. The reference in French is S000-12644 to 12659. And this is introductory submission document Annex C, document 9.2.
The co-prosecutor, could you please repeat the annex number because the interpreter could not follow? You should please repeat. Thanks.
Certainly, Your Honour. It is introductory submission Annex C, document document 9.2. And I should state for the record that this document is not a translation. It is an original document created contemporaneously by Democratic Kampuchea government.
Voilà, merci, Monsieur le Procureur.
Judge Lavergne, thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. This will make things indeed easier. So, you told us that you had indeed given political training sessions within S21. So, is there any document, does this document have anything to do about your training programs? Do you know this document?
The accused. I would like to report to you concerning the training at S21. The annual training conducted based on the lessons we learned at the general staff and what we were presented and taught. Then after we left the session, then we would be given the presentation text so that we could train our subordinates. So the lessons we learned were changed each year, and the lesson I taught or trained our people in the unit also changed respectively. Regarding this, the Constitution document, frankly, I had never taught them using that document because this document is more a barrier to conceal the dictatorship in the strategic line of the party. I did not use or introduce in my training this kind of barrier. I have been away long ago from that document that I cannot refer to any particular article. Maybe article chapter 15 or something which mentions about religion, and I will say why it is a barrier. Article 15, chapter 13, I think I stand to be corrected. In that article, it says every Cambodian has the right to believe in any religion or not to believe in any religion. But people have to really reactionary religions are to be absolutely forbidden. So people who follow religions are also can exercise their right, and while people who don't want to believe in any religion can also exercise their right according to the Constitution. That's why this kind of document is considered as the barrier in our training. It's not really the foundation for training people to understand or to build the class stance or class line. So once again, I only taught my subordinates based on what I had been taught during the annual training I obtained from my superior.
Judge Lavergne, so if I understand correctly what you're saying, this document was supposed to be broadcast publicly, but it was also to be used to hide the true political line of the Communist Party of Democratic Kampuchea, or did I misunderstand?
Response. Your Honors, I would like to clarify that what you have understood concerning what I have just reported is correct. The Constitution of the Democratic Kampuchea is a barrier in French is called a facade to shield, to conceal the criminal acts of their own. So that's my clarification in response to your last question.
Judge Lavergne, so we are dealing with a period that was qualified as revolutionary. We are following an ideology that wishes to create a certain kind of society. I'm going to read what is in the preamble of the Constitution, and you will tell me if this corresponds to the objectives of the revolution. So it is the preamble, and it is the penultimate paragraph. Whereas the entire Kampuchean people and the entire Kampuchean Revolutionary Army desire an independent, unified, peaceful, neutral, non-aligned, sovereign Kampuchea enjoying territorial integrity, a national society informed by genuine happiness, equality, justice, and democracy, without rich or poor, and without exploiters or exploited, a society in which all live harmoniously in great national solidarity and join forces to do manual labor together and increase production for the construction and defense of the country. So, what corresponds, according to you, to true ideological principles, and what corresponds, according to you, to merely a facade?
Response. According to the last phrase, as I can understand, it is a barrier starting when Cambodia builds a peaceful society. If we ask ourselves what is the peace for whom? If you ask this question whether peace is for the interest of whom during the communist regime, sorry, correction, happiness, not peace, from the interpreter. If we ask ourselves whether happiness is for whom, then the communist people in that regime, including me, myself, I would say that the happiness was for the labor class and peasant class. And in that kind of text, the meaning of dictatorship already embedded in that version. That's all my response. The President, the Chamber would like to take a 20-minute break and resume at 11 a.m.
The President, please be seated. The trial chamber is now being in sessions to hear the facts or the implementation of the party policy at S21, and the trial chamber give the floor to Judge Lawench to continue to question the accused.
Judge Lavergne. So, this morning we spoke about the statutes of the CPK, the Communist Party of Cambodia. And unless I'm mistaken, you said previously that this document had been surveyed during training programs, that people had studied this document during training sessions. Is that so?
The accused, yes, there was one training session by the general staff.
Il y a au point 6
If I look at paragraph 6 of the statutes, last sentence, a sentence that can be read in the following way in French, and in English it is, the party must protect the revolution as much as possible from any action conducted by enemy strategies in a direct way, as well as in an indirect way, in an open, as well as in a secret way. Any action whose aim is to destroy the party by all possible means. All party organizations and every party member must always be good and clean and be pure politically, ideologically, and organizationally, by building on a permanent basis through their biography, by building a clear, clean, and pure personal history consecutively and constantly. So, does this French version correspond to the Khmer version? And what can you tell us in relation to the meaning of these sentences?
The accused, Your Honors, the interpretation, it's a little difficult to understand from the beginning, but it was not deviated from the meanings. But it was not far deviated from its original meaning. In conclusion, in the last sentence, the terms are correct to the Khmer version. As for the explanation and description, this matter, it is the functioning of the CPK. If we are talking about the class of the party member, it started a long time ago. And when we are talking about the element in the party to make it pure, it started from 1973. It is the important point from then. I told Your Honor subsequently since the investigation stage, the term were used any political, the line of any class, it is the line for that cadre. these matters, and at this time it reflects clearly that once again that they thought about each party number based on the life view and the pure stance of the revolutionary. It means that in each year we had to go to the train session, and our biography were reviewed once a year. In each session a year, and our revolutionary life view were also reviewed. Our revolutionary life views were also reviewed every year.
Could you give us the explanation of the meaning of the following sentence? The party must protect the revolution as much as it can from any enemy strategy in a direct way, as well as in an indirect way, as well as in an open way, as well as in a closed way. What does this mean? What does this direct or indirect, overt or secret mean?
The accused is your honors. In Khmer, let me try to tell you in French.
The accused. The party must have high-level revolutionary vigilance.
As for all activity and all tactics of the enemies, direct or indirect. For example, has direct tactics, the attempt to kill Pol Pot, it is considered as the activity to directly destroy the party. Any activity to destroy the revolution indirectly, for example, they collected war spoil from Phnom Penh, and they took those equipment and war spoil for personal use. And in secret, let me give an example. In secret, for example, we are planning to have a plan to circulate the flyer in public is someone come and to curse, for example, Tonin and another person named Saul went up and cursed to the senior leader and later were arrested. Let me try to speak again. There was one of the cadre. His name was To Nin in the regime 650. To Nim. His name was To Nim, and he walked around and cursed. And he cursed Pol Pot, called him as a contemptible Saw, and Saw he referred to Salot Saw. And he cursed Son Sen as a contemptible Q. So Q was Son Sen. And it was overheard by those people. To Nim was arrested and sent to S21. This is called to protect the party from against the enemy tactics, including secret or open, in open manner.
In order to be precise, I would like to tell you about our communication with Son Sen, I and Son Sen. In general and regularly, every party's member was reminded to be vigilant, to have the revolutionary vigilance at all time. One day I remember when I received a telephone call while I was busy talking on the phone with Son Sen, and after that he asked me, he said, Duch, Brother Paul would like to see where the grenades were thrown. He wanted to see when the people threw grenades in the contest, and that he asked whether we should go or not. And then I said, well, it's up to him. Since he would like to go there, let him go. Then Son Sen said, did you even think of the event, for example, when the person who did not throw the grenade to the front but throw it backward? I therefore can see that he was suspicious, and he had what we one way call him the person with paranoia. That's all my explanation concerning the first phrase.
Judge Lavergne, thank you very much. It might not be so clear in the French version, we could maybe have believed that this was the way that the PCK was using to protect itself. But here you're indeed specifying that it is the way that the enemies could attack the party. So it was not quite the same idea. So now we're going to move on to another question. There is in the statutes provisions regarding the qualities or the qualifications that the applicants must present in order to become members of the party. Or this is in chapter 2, or to be admitted to the different leading ankars of the party, different leading organizations of the party. So what is a leading ankar of the party exactly? Okay. Or a party core organization, we can say. What is a party core organization exactly?
Response, Your Honor. The leading party is classified into its hierarchical order. For example, the leading party of branches, leading party has its own structure and status, and the lowest was the leading party of a branch. I never used the word as the interpreters interpreted, but what I am saying is that the queue in French.
Cell member in French.
And the higher is the committee for sector. And on top of the committee of the sector is the committee for each zone or zone committee. Then the central committee of the party. But the root of it is at the branches of the party at the base, which is the root of the party. In French we say cellule, in English or the party's branch. I would like to also remind how cadres are recruited and the criterion in recruiting. The statute of 1970 already contained the 10 criterion for selecting cadres. Before that, they used the statute of 1960, in which there was clear stipulation, as I already learned during the secret training session. Any comrade who entered as the full tri-party member, the party consider the party seniority. For example, if any comrade had been members of the party for 10 years, any comrade have a seniority of the party for 10 years, then the party consider for the position, the membership of the Central Committee.
The party statutes in 1970 abolished that and adopt the 10 criteria I have just said. Therefore, it is a facade where Pol Pot is created to protect any party member as a facade, as a filter to protect from any party member who were not trusted to get into the central committee of the party. This is the measure to protect the party of another kind. And for the 10 criteria addressed by Your Honor were is the way the selection of the branches, including the sector committee, and including the zone and also the central committee, the member for those committees. I would like to respond to Your Honor's question for that.
Interpreter would like to make one correction first. What was meant by party Ankara organization was not party core organization, but party leadership organization. Judge Laverne. So, Judge Laverne, in order to make the proceedings clearer, I would like to read out these 10 conditions that you told us were just a facade that Pol Pot was using to filter those who he wanted to see admitted in the committee and those he wanted to exclude. So the first condition I will summarize. Having a strong revolutionary position in the party line. Second condition, having a strong party revolutionary stance on proletarian ideology. Third conditioning, having a strong revolutionary stance on internal party solidarity and unity. Fourth condition, having a strong revolutionary stance on the lines of organization, leadership, and work of the party. Having a strong party revolutionary stance on revolutionary vigilance, maintaining secrecy, and defending revolutionary forces. Sixth condition, having a strong revolutionary party stance of independence, mastery, self-reliance, and self-mastery. Seventh condition, having a strong revolutionary stance in making and examining personal histories and revolutionary life views. Eighth condition, having a strong revolutionary stance on class. 10th condition, says Judge Lavergne, the strong revolutionary stance on clean life morals and politically clean, and the capability to build oneself and be receptive to future leadership. So what I read in French, does it correspond to what is in the Khmer version? And can you provide us with a few explanations in relation to these terms that might be at times difficult to understand?
The accused. The translation in French, as you read out, is correct in principle as it is. First, strong revolutionary stance on the party political line. The strong revolutionary stance the political line is the clear division between the parties and the enemies. And this is one example, and in the other instance, it's we implement the left and the right. The word left and right are shortcut in general. Other communist parties would say the opportunist leftist and the opportunist rightist. So this is the first criterion, as I already explained. Regarding the word leftist and rightist, I think only when we had to follow every word, every action, that we could not be perceived as being leftist or rightist. For example, if we demanded for more arrests, So it suggests that we were leftist. If we did not want people to arrest anyone at all, then we were regarded as the rightists. They tried very hard to work, and we stay home and did not do anything, then we were regarded as the rightists. And at some units, they try to show off. They carried a sick person who lied in the hammock to see people who were carrying. Having noted that, I was so shocked. I was rather coward. That I did not contest, but went on carrying their orders, and sometimes even exercised my capacity and my knowledge in order to make sure that I myself and the lives of my family could be out of danger. Therefore, I committed all kinds of crimes, serious crimes. In S21, no one is considered to have more crimes, committed more crimes than me. People who were not yet very determined regarding the class stance, I forced them and I encouraged them to have such a very absolute class stance. So I educated them, I trained them, and encouraged them to make sure they have the absolute class stance after all. I had been very loyal to the parties, and at the same time tried to convince and educated other people, 10 to 20 other people, to be loyal to the party as I did. If we talk about loyalty, it is one thing, but if we talk about the class stance, then we know if it even affected our people and nation, but we had to do so to strengthen the class stance of the people. This is what I acknowledge, that this is the severe criminal commitments at the location when I was in charge. On top of that, I was the one who annotated on the confessions to the superior. people who could feel free or have freedom, then the documents themselves implicated them and spoiled them after all. Sooner or later, when there were complications in the confessions, more and more people would be brought in. It's just a matter of time. That is the part of the crimes committed at S21. Other comrades like Comrade Ho, who were assigned to guard or to smash prisoners, I would like to repeat again, their crimes was committed on to the people who perceived death already, but for my own crimes, I try to produce more loyal people to the party. And by doing so, people who would be at liberty were implicated in those confessions, and later on those people would be arrested and sent in. In conclusion, in response to your question regarding my thoughts, during that time I saw crimes and I knew that my role was involved in the crimes, but I could not escape. That's why sometimes I tried my best to use the theory, my theory, to help produce and build forces for them. And also encourage the implementation of orders according to the orders placed by the upper echelon. That is all I can respond to you. If I can be of any assistance, please ask me for more.
Judge Lavergne. Well, now I would like to start working with another document, which are the statutes of the CPK. And this is a document that is in the introductory submission, and it is the document 9.1, and the ERN numbers in the Khmer version are the following: 0053007 to 0005380. And in the French version, 002914, 00292924. In the English version, 00184022 to 00184047. So you told us earlier on that this document was a document that was an internal document. That is to say, a document that only the members of the Communist Party had access to. Is that so?
Response. My statement is true.
Est-ce que l'on peut dire que le Parti communiste du Kampuchea est un parti
Judge Lavian, the Communist Party of Kampuchea is a revolutionary party that is struggling, that is fighting enemies.
Response. The Communist Party of Cambodia struggle and fought against the enemy. Before the 17th of April, who were the enemies? And after the 17th of April, then who the enemies were? Enemies before the 17th of April were those people regarded as imperialists, capitalists, and reactionary. Correction. In French,
reactionary bourgeois.
That's the theory of the democratic Cambodia, but in practice, please correct that before 17 April there was no democratic Cambodia. Yet it was the Communist Party of Cambodia. So enemies were the imperialists, the bourgeois, and feudalists, and reactionary. But in reality, when things were implemented, who were affected then? Only the poor people in the Lonol's zone who came to the liberated zone who were affected, whether they were spies, some were not. Number two, from 1973, people who in the past were merchants, sellers, or tailors were affected. Duch, alias C, ordered the arrest of those people and sent to 13. These are the enemies the CPK fought before the 17th of April. We were talking about the back line. I was not talking about the front line battle between the Lonol soldiers. After the 17th of April, the enemies, the Communist Party of Cambodia, determined as enemies were in numerous numbers. if you look at the category of people, including the former base people, like former soldiers, Buddhist leaders, including Patriarch Hut Tat. If we're talking about the theory, it is against all kinds of religions. If we're talking about educational regime, all education was abolished. I think the judge yourself already come across the regime when you saw the school, whether you saw it as a normal building or as what? And I frankly was educated from them by way of seeing the building, the school building, as a normal building and not different from any other ordinary buildings. Only at this moment that I know that it was the intention to abolish civilization and of humanity. In conclusion, the enemies after the 17th of April were in numerous numbers. Until I was isolated, until we were isolated and we could not even find a piece of land to take a refuge in. So according to their theory, they fought hard, but their enemies were in numerous numbers. So it covered all. But if I talk from my point of view, it is more like the sketch I presented to the court earlier, the drawing I did. Everyone during work use the revolutionary policy to put in front of them, but by way of building their new dynasty. And I wrote and dictated in my drawing I presented to your honors already, and I am ready to respond to further questionings.
Judge Lavergne, in the statutes of the Communist Party of Cambodia, a certain number of enemies are mentioned, and you mentioned quite a few of them, in fact. Indeed, the bourgeois, the capitalists, the feudalists, the imperialists, the reactionaries. But it is also a question of a struggle against idealism, imperialism, bookish science, revisionism. This is point 4 on the last page of this paragraph 4. Paragraph 4. A bit further, in paragraph 5, there is also the following mention: the party is fighting in absolute terms against the illness of isolationism, authoritarianism, militarism, Mandarinism, bureaucratism, and at the same time, the party is also opposing itself to the principle to be dragging behind the masses. So what can you say to us about these struggles? What does the idea of fighting against bookish science mean, for example?
Response. I cannot find the page you referred to yet, Your Honors.
Judge Lavergne, well, in your document, do you have a point number 4, that starts as follows? The party considers Marxist-Leninism to be the foundation of its vision. Yes? So, the last sentence, or in any case in the French version, is the following. Based on this principle, the Communist Party of Cambodia is resisting and is struggling absolutely against idealism, empiricism, bookish science, reformism. Have you found it? Does that correspond to the French version?
In French, I should use that as dogmatisme, or dogmatism in English.
Donc vous nous dites que science livre.
Judge Lavergne, so you're telling us that bookish science means dogmatism, in fact.
Response. We used this word dogmatism or dogmatism.
Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire?
What does it mean exactly? Judge Lavergne says.
It is based on the totality of the Leninist theory. It is not appropriate with the situation in Cambodia, for example. Lenin controlled workers, but Cambodia could not find workers. If we only waited to look for the workers, we could not. That's why we only need to work with the workers class so that we can build the society. The interpreter may be confusing, says the accused.
In the former Soviet Union, there were the workers' class. And in Cambodia, we did not have the workers' class, so then we had to control the peasants' class. This is, if we were to wait for the workers' class, it means we apply the theory of dogmatism. So from the beginning, it said we use the Marxism-Leninism as the foundation. It was only the foundation, and we do not apply the theory of dogmatism. It means we do not follow completely the Marxism-Leninism theory. So this is my response to Your Honor on the clarification of the term dogmatism. The President, now it's time for the adjournment for lunch. The chamber will adjourn it and will resume in the afternoon from 1:30 p.m. Security guards takes the accused back to the waiting room and bring him back before 1:30 p.m. All participants, please attend the hearing before the set time.
They tried very hard to work, and we stay home and did not do anything. Then we were regarded as the rightists. And at some units, they try to show off. They carried a sick person who lied in the hammock to see people who were carrying dirts. They took them to see people who were digging up and carrying dirt, and even forced the sick people to do that work. So we were then regarded as the leftists. Next, you will see the example as related to this matter in the proceedings. This is called the strong stance. We had to be vigilant at all time and to identify who enemy and who were friends. We try to avoid having our superior regarding us as leftists or the rightists, otherwise we would not be safe. So this is the big or major principle of how the cadres are selected.
Est-ce que
Judge Lavergne, does this mean that members of the party who were overzealous in applying the party line were considered to be leftists? I don't quite understand.
They accused the people who extremely apply the task by way of intimidating the mass would be considered as people who in their actions radically exercise the duty to make the general public hate them. Were regarded as the leftist. In Khmer, to be simple, we may say to burn until it's too burned, and to withdraw or to take it back until it is undone.
est-ce que le parti
Judge Lavergne, did the party purge people who became or who proved to be too extreme? Or perhaps the real question is whether a good leader is somebody, first and foremost, who can be controlled. That is someone who can be counted on to apply what he is asked as much as possible.
Response. Your last question is correct. The good leaders were those who did not do surplus things, but did not fail to complete what had been assigned. So that's the main purpose. Whatever we were assigned to do, then more or less we have to make sure that we follow it.
donc cela
Judge Lavergne, that is not a facade. This is something that was required then.
Response. I think the translation of the term facade, as I said in Khmer, would not be the correct term, as I meant to say. When I heard that my word was translated as facade, then I changed to use the word like barrier or a kind of filter.
Judge Lavergne, were you yourself filtered as such? That is, were you subjected to these 10 criteria? Did you fulfill them? And if so, why do you think you did?
Response. Each party's member with the origin class which was not from the peasant class and who had no relation with the key people or important people had to work hard to make sure that we could follow the 10 criteria as set out, especially the 3 initial criteria. However, although we had been working hard to obey that rule or that criteria, we were not part of their network, then we would not be promoted. Having noticed that, then we also heard that they even talked to us that if you regard yourself as the pure gold, so you had to be, you had to remain neutral and not to intervene other people or disturb other people. That is why I called it a kind of filter, that only people with their networks were promoted and those who were not in the networks were left isolated. If we were not part of their clan, then whatever we did, they never satisfied.
Judge Lavergne, what clan were you a part of? Son Sen's clan?
Response. I could be regarded as what you said. However, when Son Sen went to the battlefield, Pu Nun, Uncle Nun, arrived, there was some confessions in which implications against Uncle Nun, Son Sen, correction from the interpreter, implications against Son Sen appeared in those confessions already. So, For that reason, I could not be regarded as the person who belonged to other clan other than Son Sen's.
នេះស្វៀកការពិតជាក់ស្ដែងហើយខ្ញុំក៏អត់ដែលបានឡើងថ្នាក់ចូលដល់
And this is the real situation, and I never been promoted to the Central Committee.
អត់ចូលសោះ
Never. But I never wanted to be promoted to that post anyway.
សុំតែមករស់ភ័យហើយបានគាត់
I only begged for my life, and I was very scared at that time I would not live long enough.
George Lavergne, amongst the documents that were used to disseminate the party's political line, there were periodicals, for instance the revolutionary flag. There is an issue, a special issue, of the revolutionary flag which comments on the statutes. This is the document in the introductory submission, that is document 11.10, and the ERN numbers in the French are as follows: 0029 6148 to 0029 157, page 1157, interpreter corrects. Can you tell us if you know who wrote the information in these issues and for whom was it written?
ជំរាបប្រសាសន៍លោកចៅក្រម
Response.
ខ្ញុំសូមគោរពរាយការណ៍ជូន
I would like to report on that matter as follows. The internal magazines included 2 magazines. First, the revolutionary flag, written by Pol Pot personally. And the Revolutionary Youth magazine, I only learned at a later date that Yon Yat, the wife of Son Sen, wrote it. The Revolutionary Flag magazine, I did not know when the name was given. At the beginning, there was the name of such the same magazine called Red Flag. Then after 1970, the Red Flag magazine was converted into the Revolutionary Flag magazine. The direction or objective of that magazine was to educate party of the members by Pol Pot through such medium. As for the Revolutionary Youth magazine, was aimed to educate young young men and women who were not yet entering the revolution, who were not yet, who have not yet entered the party. Correction, I think joined the party. That's all about the explanation concerning the magazines.
Judge Laverne, so in the periodical I referred to earlier, the aim was party discipline, especially the admission as members and the dismissal of party members. It is also said reasoning with one's sentiments is impossible. Reasoning must follow only party principles, end of quote. Have you seen or heard this sentence before? Can you make any comment on it?
Response. This is the principle that I applied in the CPK as a whole. Whenever any consideration was made, it has to be based on the party line and principle. I would like to make that just short response like that.
Judge Laverne, I have no further questions regarding the context of the implementation of the CPK policy. What I suggest now is that we should start working on the document containing the accepted facts so that a reading can be made of the implementation of the CPK's policy, and after each paragraph the accused should be allowed to tell us whether he confirms what he has accepted or whether he has any observations to make, and if necessary questions will be put to him in order to clarify matters with regard to the facts as set out in this document. This is what I suggest, Mr. President. I shall ask the greffier to read the document paragraph by paragraph.
The President, parties are instructed to bring out the agreed facts to be examined, and we would like the Defense Counsel also to prepare the related documents so that you can review them. The accused, do you have the agreed facts now with you? The Defense Counsel, could you please make sure that the accused have the copies of the agreed facts? Now we only focus on the facts regarding the implementation of the CPK's policy at S21. Next, Judge Lavenge. Please hold on, says the President. Wait until the accused has prepared his documents and at the ready. The President, is the accused ready? Are you prepared now? The President, are you prepared, the accused, the document regarding the agreements on the fact, the accused say that he has already received the documents and ready. The President, Judge Lavenge, could you please instruct the greffier to read any related paragraph should you wish to do so? The President, should we start from paragraph 58?
Donc,
Judge Lavenge, we should start reading. I think the reading should be from the Khmer version. So one of the Khmer greffiers should read, starting from the policy of smashing enemies. Each point should be read out. So you have point 58, and then the accused will be given the floor, and then we move to the next point, which would be point 59 in this case. Is that clear? I think the greffiers can start reading the document.
The President, Mrs. Saikolwati, you can now start reading each paragraph at a time. And then we need to make sure that the accused can verify and confirm before we proceed to the next following paragraph. The greffier, paragraph 58. The primary role of S21 was to implement the party political line regarding the enemy, according to which prisoners absolutely had to be smashed.
voilà. Est-ce que vous confirmez votre accord?
There was no translation into English. What Judge Lavenge said was, "Do you confirm?"
Voilà. Nous n'avons pas eu de traduction.
Judge Lavenge, we did not receive a translation. So could you tell us, please, if you confirm that this is true?
The accused. Paragraph 58 is true.
Bien, donc on va passer au paragraphe suivant.
Judge Lavenge, we move on to the next paragraph.
Paragraph 59. The term smash was used and widely understood at the relevant time to mean kill.
Judge Lavenge, You have already talked about this, but can you tell us whether the other terms were used apart from the word smash? Other words such as purify, for instance.
Response. The term smash was used to mean equivalent as the word execute. Before 1973, Warren Wade, Brother Warren, asked me to use the word resolve. Resolve, smash, execute are all the same. A person was executed and buried. As for the word purify, it has other aspect other than these. A person is arrested, when the person was decided to be arrested from the unit and sent to the police office. This is called purge. So people who were in the units and who were regarded or accused as being enemies were arrested and removed from the units. To do that was to make sure that the units are pure and clean according to their notion.
Judge Lavagne, I think the reading can continue with paragraph 60.
The greffier. Paragraph 60. Every prisoner who arrived at S21 was destined for execution, as the general policy was that no prisoners were to be released. The accused, paragraph 60 is confirmed.
Alors, nous pouvons poursuivre.
Judge Lavergne, so we may continue now.
Paragraph 61. Even prisoners who were brought to S21 by mistake were executed in order to ensure secrecy and security.
Voilà, vous pouvez peut-être lire
Judge Lavergne, so you might read the rest of the comment, which would allow us to get a better idea of what the accused is thinking, says Judge Lavergne.
Here we add some phrases extracted from paragraph 31 of the closing order. Although there are two civil parties and one witness who said that they could escape from S21. The evidence, the majority of evidence still proves that the policy at S21 does not spare any life of a prisoner. The co-prosecutor said, the President, you can take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. I know we're nearing the break. I believe that the wrong paragraph in the comment was just read out. As I understood it, paragraph 60 of the agreed facts also contains a qualification from the accused. We didn't hear that after paragraph 60, we heard it after paragraph 61. So in fact, we should perhaps go back to paragraph 60 and read the qualification of the defence after that particular paragraph.
The President, it is more intense now. I think the chamber may now take a 15 minutes break to release the attention, and then we can resume from the point which needs a clarification from the accused. So we now adjourn for 15 minutes. We resume at 3:15. Please be seated, says the President. The court is now in session. Mrs. Saikolwati, please read paragraph 60 again by reading out loud the whole contents of paragraph 60. The greffier, paragraph 60. The President.
J'aurais une suggestion. Je crois que les
Judge Levin, I believe that the co-prosecutors have an electronic version in their computers of this document. So what I think that what might be possible to do would be to ask the co-prosecutors to prepare this electronic version so that it may be presented on the computer, which would facilitate the reading and which would also be easier for the accused as well as for everyone else.
Yes, thank you, Your Honour. We do indeed have the electronic copy, the version ready, and if I can invite the President, therefore, to allow the screens to be transferred to our computer. Thank you.
The President, the AV official instructed to convert the screen to the monitor of the co-prosecutor so that the document can be displayed. The President, Mrs. Sai Kolbuti, please continue to read out paragraph 60 again. Paragraph 60. Every prisoner who arrived at S21 was destined for execution, as the general policy was that no prisoners were to be released. Here, the following phrase is included and extracted from paragraph 31 of the closing order. Although one witness and two civil parties claimed that they were able to leave S21, the vast majority of evidence demonstrates that the policy at S21 was that no prisoners could be released. This is confirmed by testimony that prisoners brought to S21 by mistake were executed in order to ensure secrecy and security.
Voilà, donc,
Judge Lavergne, can the accused confirm what has been read out?
ou est-ce qu'il a d'autres commentaires?
Or perhaps he has other comments to make?
The accused. Paragraph 60 that I already confirmed that I agreed is no change. In principle, no one could be released. And regarding one witness, through my observation, I may put it to you that I think the details of which can be debated at a later date. This witness is was in the situation like another witness, KW31. This witness was not really the real witness. And regarding the civil parties, then we can discuss about it later. The latest phrase which says this is confirmed by testimony that prisoners brought to S21 by mistake were executed in order to ensure secrecy and security. It said that the phrase is confirmed, and please read the following. So I would like part of the following phrase read out before I could elaborate further.
Judge Lavergne, I think we can move on to read the next paragraph. Paragraph 61. Even prisoners who were brought to S21 by mistake
were executed in order to ensure secrecy and security. According to Duch, the principle as laid out in the paragraph is the true policy principle. Although any prisoner was arrested by mistake, had to be executed to ensure secrecy and security, and through his recollection only one person was arrested by mistake. Comrade Lin noted that this person ordered by the upper echelon to release. Please read D16/6 and D16/5 document.
Judge Lavergne, do you have comments? Do you confirm this? I think you have already mentioned this episode. You did so this morning. I do not think we need to dwell on it now.
The accused. Paragraph 61 is related to paragraph 60, so altogether it was in the unit that I already agreed.
Judge Lavergne, so we move on to the next paragraph.
Paragraph 62. The CPK governed Democratic Cambodia primarily through DK state organizations, CPK administrative bodies, and the RAK.
លោកចៅក្រមជាទីគោរពកថាខណ្ឌនេះខ្ញុំបាទយល់ស្រប
Response, this paragraph is confirmed, and I agree.
Voilà, paragraphe suivant.
Paragraph 63. The 1976 Constitution of Democratic Cambodia and the party's own statutes gave the CPK Central Committee wide powers, including the ability to formulate a party-wide policy and the authority to issue orders to subordinate zones and sectors. The accused. Paragraph 63 is confirmed.
Judge Lavergne, from a statutory standpoint, was the Standing Committee the most important or powerful organ of the party, or was it another organ?
Response. The Standing Committee of the Central Party is broad. But the small committee under its committee had less power. The Standing Committee had the power, and another committee had the power, but only the power to implement from the decision made by the Standing Committee.
Bien, paragraphe suivant.
Next paragraph, please, is Judge Lavergne.
Paragraph 64. In practice, the subcommittee of the Central Committee known as the Standing Committee, acted as the highest and most authoritative unit in DK. Response. I agree with the paragraph as I already mentioned.
Bien, paragraphe suivant.
Judge Laverne, next paragraph.
Paragraph 65. A standing committee decision from the 9th of October 1975 gave Pol Pot general responsibility over the military and Son Sen responsibility for the general staff and security. The accused. Paragraph 65, I already stated I agreed, but at that time I did not have any document concerning the 9th of October 1975. Now I have got the document. May I, with your leave, read out to the court as follows. 1. The Comrade Secretary referred to Pol Pot. 2. In charge exclusively the military and economies. In the document of the 9th of October 75 minutes of the meeting. And in the first line, you may refer to that document. And in line 10 states that the Comrade Secretary is in charge of the military and the economics exclusively. So it is clearer because Pol Pot made decision regarding all matters.
Judge Laverne, could you provide us with the exact reference for the document, please?
The accused. This document entitled The Meeting of the Standing Committee on the 9th of October 1975. ERN number in Khmer 0191011 correction 118 2 00019 116. In English 00183 393 2 18408. In French 0029 268 200292886. The phrase that I read out appear on page 0019108 in Khmer in line number 10. The Comrade Secretary is in charge exclusively space, military and economies. So if only we included the three roles, three tasks of Pol Pot, that is exhaustive. The President, would you like to make any comment? I note your presence.
Sorry to interrupt. Could we have the ERN number in English again? Because I don't think it made any sense between the beginning and the end. Could that be just repeated, please? I'm grateful.
The accused, please mention ERN on the English document. Please say it again. Thank you, Mr. President. In English, ERN 183 393 200 183 408. Yes, that's all. Please, Mr. Prosecutor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sorry to interrupt again. It looks like we may have a slight problem in reading out some of the comments made in the following paragraphs. The document that's on our screen is obviously a case file document that has been photocopied, and unfortunately the photocopy hasn't come out very clearly. I think the original electronic document was in a pale green font, which does not photocopy very well. We're endeavouring to print out page by page in a more bold font so that they can be read by the greffier.
Bon, est-ce que malgré tout on peut poursuivre?
Judge Lavenge, do you think we might continue while this document is being prepared? I think it would be useful for us to move on. Could the greffier please continue with the reading?
Paragraphe 66.
We move on to paragraph 66.
Paragraph 66. S-21 was an integral part of the political military structure of the Communist Party of Cambodia at the center level, which was referred to variously as Angka, the organization, the party center, the Central Committee or the Standing Committee. As Duch said, it is more correct to say that the S-21 is under the Standing Committee of the Central Committee of the party, rather than S-21 was at the Central Committee. It is in fact, if Duch himself was a member of the Standing Committee of the Central Committee, it could be written that S-21 was at the Central Committee, but he was not a member of the Central Committee. Your Honor, I would like to add as my observation and my assertion under paragraph 66, article 5 of the CPK statute. It is page 34 in Khmer. Any sector or any organization with a specialty in politics, in military, economies, culture, Culture and Social Affairs, it can assign separately by the Central Committee with direct or indirect through its network of management. These two indicate the policy of creation of S21 for their direct utilization. S21 was not a structure of the politics or military of the Central Committee. It was one of the main structure of the Central. Unless we follow to what I said under Article 5, Article 8 of the. Let me read it to you again. As for any sector or organization with the specialty in characteristic, be they political, military, economics, or culture, social affair related, may be organized separately with the Central Committee being responsible directly or indirectly along a specific organizational line. So S21, it was not special in its nature in this way. Please, Judge Cartwright.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I found some difficulty in following the English translation. I'm not sure if the French translation was therefore any better. Might we ask the accused to repeat what he has just said and see if we can understand better what he is saying in English and probably in French as well?
The accused, thank you, Judge Cartwright, for seeking the clarification. Paragraph 66 states that I partially agreed with it. The other part I have not yet agreed with. Partially I agreed because S21 was under the management or supervision of the Central Committee, but by way of saying that it was at the level of Central Committee, it is not appropriate, because only when I were the full right member of the Central Committee that the sentence could be correct. That I already stated beneath that paragraph. I would like to maintain the paragraph as it is, but now we would like to refer to Article 8 of the Statute of the Democratic Cambodia, as I already read to you the Statute of 1976. Should I read in Khmer again, as what Judge Cartwright suggested?
What I wanted was your comment that you made concerning Article 8 of the Statute of 1976, concerning the manner in which S21 was to be organized. You said something like it wasn't part of the structure of the Central or Standing Committee, but presumably referring to Article 8 of the statute, you said that it was organized by the Central or Standing Committee. Did I understand that correctly?
Response. S21 was organized by the Central or the Standing Committee according to the Article 8, because that article states that S21 was organized by the Standing Committee, and on the 15th of August 1975, this date is an evidence to prove that organization. However, S21 worsening the establishment of S21 and the Khmer prison come to an end. Next, the chamber would like to inform all parties that the chamber is going to conduct the proceedings concerning the policy of the CPK regarding at S21. Mr. Kaing Guek Eav, we now proceed to another fact, the third one, as laid out in the scheduled facts to be raised in the proceedings. And now we come to the third fact concerning the implementation of the CPK policy. The chamber would like to know if you can tell the court and about what you can recall regarding the implementation of the CPK policy. The floor is yours. The accused. First, I would like to respectfully tell the court that the CPK's policy was absolute and it had been in place long ago. It was applied since I started to be appointed as the chairman of S21. People who were arrested and accused as being enemies could never be released. When they approached the S21 and at S21 the same policy was still implemented. People who were arrested were not released. I would like to give you an example that we had no right to release anyone. Since the beginning of the establishment of S21, NAD and DAI worked together. At that time, Son Sen, our superior, told us that there was a young man called Kung Chiet alias Thun. I don't know whether he was from the northwest, and then we were asked not to beat him to extract confession, and we were asked to wait. And later on we were told that the party or Angka did not want to release this person and that he would be interrogated as scheduled. I would like to tell the court that that person was not released, and the reason that the people were not released was genuine. That later on I asked Brother Nyo to be released, and I asked that Mr. Chai Kum Ho be released, but the upper echelon did not agree to have them released. And I would like to also confirm that Pol Pot himself did not recognize his right to release anyone. For example, the person named Ton dentist Dipon, he was arrested and sent to S21. A few days later, Uncle Noon said that please do not kill the Pon, the dentist. Please keep him to treat our dental matters. And here, even he himself could not make a decision to release the person, but to keep him for further use at S21. So we only could decide that the people could not be smashed and keep them to serve at S21 or regard them as semi-prisoner, as I may say. So I would like to go back to the beginning when I told you that when people were pursued as enemies and arrested and sent to S21, no one was entitled to release them. Even Pol Pot, the most senior person of the Khmer Rouge, acknowledged that he did not have the right to release people. Next, I would like to also emphasize that this line, what was the line? It was the party's line. The party's line, as stipulated in the first document adopted in 1960 when Communist Party Cambodia was established. There were two. One, what we call strategic line. Number two, we call the strategic policy to gather forces, to gather enormous forces to fight the enemies. So this is the strategic policy, and so far as I remember, in the CPK before 1970, no internal rank was purged or smashed. I may say that one was smashed, but they did not dare to do anything to harm the lives of people who regarded as internal people. I could say that because Koi Thun said that he smashed Young. So that's only one case that internal person was smashed. And we have other people, including Siu Heng and Yon, but as I told you, the parties did not want to purge internal cadres before 1970 because they exercised what we call the policy to mobilize front forces, and then they had the free zone or liberated zones. Only after then that they started to exercise the smash line to kill people, to save the life of people in the liberated zone. From 1973, then they exercised what we call the class line. And people in Liang, 50 to 60 people of them were regarded as imperialists. Sorry, correction, feudalists. And smashed. Like Taylor Soy was regarded as capitalist, and the village chief Pun, for example, regarded as the capitalist. And later on, after the 17th of April, after the victory, there are still documents as proof. They started to implement the class anger policy or line against exploiting class. So class struggle started. And generals were arrested, and this led to more arrests because of this, what we call this class struggle. And when later on people were arrested, they were regarded or fallen in the policy of class struggle. Even Mang Hu Tat was also arrested. And Yu Peng Kri, alias Non, criticized Patriarch Hu Tat had several wives, and then his denounce suggested that Hu Tat could not escape from being arrested by Division 703. And there are still documents that can be found in the notebooks of Brother Mom Nai from the 24th to the 27th in 1975. People were evacuated, foreigners were expelled from the country, and we were prepared for victory by doing so. So in conclusion, it is clear that the Communist Party of Cambodia cannot avoid being prosecuted of the crimes they have committed. So when I refer to CPK, everyone was involved, including me myself, but as those people in the upper echelons and those who were direct perpetrators were those from the military. And through the introductory submission of the co-investigating judges, you can see that it is true that those soldiers under the order of the secretary of each zone had to do that. And later on, there was the role of the police office of all sector to implement the decision of the 30th of March 1976. So the standing committee of the Central Committee issued that, and Pol Pot initially gave the authority to 4 groups of people to kill people based on his idea that it serves the interests of that 4 groups. As I already stated, and as seen in the closing order and final submission of the co-prosecutors, I now would like to ask your Honor's leave to project on the projector document, this document, page ERN 003 136. The President, the court official is instructed to place that document on the overhead projector.
the graphic. Can you read of the decision dated the 30th of March 26? There is point 1 and 2, says the President. Number 2, right to smash inside and outside the rank. Request 1, to have a framework to implement the absolute revolutionary plan of ours. 2nd, to strengthen the democratic communist regime, that is, to strengthen our state authority within the framework at the base. The decision is of the Standing Committee. Around the central office, it has to be decided by the Central Committee. The President, can you read it slowly so that the translator can translate it, and it's also to be accurate in the transcript? The graphic. 2, decision to smash inside and outside the rank. Request 1, to establish a framework to implement our absolute revolution. 2, to strengthen the democratic socialism. This is in order to strengthen our state authority. That is, within the framework at the basis, the zoned Standing Committee has to decide. Around the Central Office, the decision is to be made by the Central Office Committee. For the independent sectors, it has to be decided by the Standing Committee, and for the Central Military, it has to be decided by the General Staff. The President, the accused, do you have anything else to add regarding this letter on policy of the party? The accused, Your Honor, Mr. President, I would like to add a bit further on the right to smash inside and outside the ranks. So the Standing Parties Committee, headed by Pol Pot, decides to give the right to smash to these 4 groups. So that is, within the inside the ranks, it refers to all the cadres at all levels within the party. The request for this implementation, I would not like to elaborate on that. However, I would like to state that within the framework of the basis, it has to be decided by the zoned Standing Committee. So, the person who had the decision to decide at the basis, it was mainly the Secretary of the zone. At each location, the police were regarded as a hypocrite. It means whomever they served, it was for the interest of the boss or the superior. So at the basis, whoever strived to compile the confessions to the upper echelon, the zoned secretary would make a decision to decide if a person is to let live or to die. And let me jump number 2 and go to number 3. For the independent sectors, it has to be decided by the Standing Committee. So if we recap, 1 is within the base framework, it has to be decided by the Zone Standing Committee. And number 3, for the independent sectors, the Standing Committee would decide. The word Standing Committee refers to the Central Standing Committee led by Pol Pot. So the independent sectors had no right to make their own decisions. It has to be decided by the Standing Committee. And why is it so? Because in the independent sectors, if from what I can recall, for example, at the Kampong Saum sector, Mih Mut or Brother Mut was the secretary of the independent sector of Kampong Saum. He was at the time the assistant at the standing committee. He was not yet a full rights member of the standing committee. As such, he had no right to decide for the arrest of any cadre. Only after you became a full rights member of the standing committee, like Brother Pot or Brother C or Brother Nyimt, then they would have the rights to make decisions. So then for the independent sectors, then Pol Pot would decide. And for the Central Army, it has to be decided by the General Staff. That is the Secretary of the General Staff, nobody else. Only the Secretary, Son Sen, that is Brother 89, who has the rights to make that decision. Therefore, the people who were sent to S21 or who were sent to other police offices, as I informed the chamber yesterday, it means those persons already, their fate already decided. And those who were sent to Chiang 8, that is the crimes on the people whose fate was already decided by these people. So that's why I would like to reiterate this point, and that is my conclusion on the explanation of this document to Your Honor, Mr. President. Mr. President, you responded continually on the politics, on the policy towards the enemy at S21, that is after the 1970. There was implementation of the policy towards the enemy, and the question is, before that, was there any document as this document, or it was the information was only disseminated during a meeting or during assembly of the party, or at the zone or the special sectors committee's meeting? The accused. Mr. President, a decision document of the Central Committee on other matters is a confidential document, and it was kept only at the central office. I, the chairman of S21, never saw this document. I only saw it during the investigation phase of the co-investigating charges. This is a very confidential document of the party. So in order to make it easy to understand, I would like to explain a bit further to Mr. President. There were three kinds of documents of the party. One is the most confidential document type, and this is that type document, and another one is the 9th October document. So these are called the most confidential document. And the other documents belong to a group called the internal party documents. For example, the statutes of the party is an internal party's document. And if you are not a member, you did not have the right to read, to study, or to discuss on the internal party's documents. And the third category is called an open document, which is openly disseminated. For instance, the revolutionary flag is an open document. The Democratic Cambodia's constitution is an open document. Radio broadcasting is also an open document. So to sum up, this is just to make it clear. Whatever we did based on their orders, and I only saw this document recently. So this is the information for you, Your Honor. Mr. President, Mr. Kaing Guek Eav, please try to understand the question clearly. The question was, previously, it means before this document existed, the implementation of the policy towards the enemy, that is to smash. So before the establishment of the Sontebal or the security office of M13, at that time, during the implementation or the operation of the M13 office, was similar document or any decision from the standing committee exist? The accused. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to respond as following. I did not see such document in my hand. We did based on the order and believe that those people who were sent to us, they were already responsible before the history. That is, they were sent to be smashed. As I already reported to the President of the Chamber earlier, I live until today. I do not dare to decide to make any decision to arrest anybody. If they were sent to me, I received them. If I was asked to torture for interrogation, yes, I just follow it. So to sum up, I never saw such document. I only implemented based on the order that I received. Mr. President, similarly, if we look at the chronology of the operation, that is based on the content of this document, which is dated the 30th of March 1976, and the operation of the establishment of S21 started from the 15th of August 75. That is, the establishment and the operation of S21 existed for 1 year or nearly 1 year or 8 months before this document, before this decision of the standing committee, of the central committee. And you stated previously that you followed the principle of the party's policy towards the enemy that used to be implemented at M13 to be implemented at S21 without any other decisions. The accused, the form of the operation or implementation, yes, that was followed from the M13. Mr. President, during the initial stage of the establishment of S21 office, that is, during the period unknown, alias was the chairman and you were the deputy, was there any instruction on the political implementation, on the assignment or organization of duties from Son Sen for the operation to be implemented at S21? The accused. Mr. President, we both cooperated to work fully, and there was no clear documents at the time from what I can recall, and we started from October. At that time, I frequently went together to meet the superior, so both of us went to see the superior and to receive order for our daily operation from one period to another. For example, when we went to meet him, I remember that the first person that was accused of being an enemy, the CIA, that is Liu Sosawanta, an electrical engineer, was arrested from Sa Toj, and he asked me about the progress of his confession. And so that is the type of the daily operation. And on the principle of the enemy who was arrested and would not be released, I believed both Nat and I, and even if my superior, understood this principle clearly, and nobody dared to violate that principle. Separately, at the time, there was one violation of the principles committed by Nat.